Hello, welcome back to our episode 8 of our inventory management system. So in today's episode, we took it to the next step and we implemented a couple of features, making it more robust system. So I want to show you what we implemented in this episode. So we started with the purchase orders and we added more things like the statuses. It starts when it is in draft, then to go to submitted, then received, and all these other statuses. And we also added the receive inventory functionality, whereby you can see here we can receive the items. So I'm just going to demonstrate this. I'm just going to go ahead and create a new purchase order. So this is the 7th purchase order. You can choose the order date. I'm just going to leave this expected delivery date. Let me just change it maybe to maybe let's say on Tuesday, and I'm just going to put here some notes. Please deliver in the evening. Okay, please deliver in the evening. And let's just go ahead and change the supplier. So let's just say this Gerard, and maybe the location. So depending on what you're going to transfer, let's just say main warehouse, they are going to deliver here. And let's add some items we want to deliver in the main warehouse. So let's just say this iPods Pro, let's just say quantity we want 10 at maybe 45. I'm just going to say 0 tax. Add another item. I'm just going to choose another one, which is going to be let's say MacBook Pro, and I'm just going to get maybe 30 items at 1,000. Let's leave the tax. Okay, so now we can just go ahead and create this purchase order. So the purchase order was created. You can see it starts here when it is in the draft mode. So it is draft. We haven't submitted it, we haven't sent it. So we can just go ahead and send it or send. So you can just go ahead and click on send. So now when I send it, you see that the changes status to submitted. Of course, if you just go on the email, I should just have this one. As you can see, it is here, the purchase order with the status of submitted. Okay, so now I have this. Now if you go down here, you can see this has not been received. So you just receive this item. So I'm just going to click on receive, and you can enter the items that you received. The order was 10. You just come and say 10. The order was 30. You come and say 30, or whichever quantity you received is what you enter, and just go ahead and submit here. I'm just going to say all items were received, and now you can just submit, and you can see now this goes to received. Okay, so now if we just go to see the goods received, you can see we have the supplier Gerard Antonio. If you click on this, you can look at the received items. We ordered 10, received 10, MacBook, and all this. So now we can see the received items, the list box, and the detailed page. Now we moved from there and we went to, so this is purchase orders. We now went, so we completed the whole entire purchase order line because we start from the purchase orders now to the goods received. So the next thing that we did was handling the inventory. So when you receive the items, they will just be registered in the system now, because this point where you receive the item, it is now registered in the system. So if you just go back now to the items, to the current stock, just go to the current stock. So the current stock, you see that the Air iPods Pro increased, and also the MacBook Pro also increased. So if I click on the MacBook Pro, you can look at these. You can look at these items. Air iPods Pro. You can just go ahead and see that we have 52 items. You can transfer this to some other places, because if you look at the stores, they all have 20. Main warehouse has 20, and this down store has 20, and this one has 12. So I can just say I want to move from the main warehouse. I will remove 8. Okay, I will remove maybe 8, and I push them to the online, so that this one is 20 and this one is back to 12. So I'm just going to go to transfer. I can transfer from the main to online. I give the reason. I am transferring 8 items to the online store, to online store. If I just come here, let's put 8 items. Okay, and I'm just going to create transfer. So you can transfer one item, or you can transfer batch. And you see, when you transfer right now, this goes ahead and reserve these ones. They have not been removed, but they are reserved. You can see it was 52 total. We still have the available is 44, and 8 have been reserved. It is not yet confirmed. So if we just go now to the stock transfers, we can just go ahead and confirm that this transfer is here from the main warehouse to the online store. So you can just go ahead and view this, and now you can just go ahead and approve the transfer. Approve this, and then you can now complete the transfer. Let's complete it, and you can see the transfer has been completed. Now if we just go back, in fact, let's go ahead and check in the current stock. So in the current stock, on the items, we still have these ones 52 in stock, but if you check in the locations, now online store is 20, and then main warehouse is 12. So we have the transfers done, and you can also still do the bulk transfer. If you go back to transfers, you can do also the batch transfers, and in the batch transfer you can add different items. This time you can add Sony. Choose the source. Main warehouse has 5. Let's give it more. I'm just going to give it maybe 4 from down then to main. Let's give it 4. Let's add another one, another item. Let's move maybe the demo or something, so you can just search the items here. Demo item. So the demo item is not. I can remove this one. You can just maybe LG source. This one has 59 to online, and then I'm just going to say quantity. I want to move 9. I can just say this is JB transferring items. So you can just add any node. Let's create. So this creates the batch, and you can see if they are from different places. You can see this is from downtown to online and down store down to main house. So you can just go ahead and view this, and you can confirm. Like this one was the one which is 4 items. You can just go ahead and approve this. So maybe before we approve, we could look at the stock, the current stock for this item. So you can see we have the one for the online and the one for the main warehouse. If you just go to the one of the online store, we are transferring 9 items on the LG gram. So what I just want to see is this LG gram 17, the current stock in maybe LG gram. You can just check. This one has 10 online store. So let's just go and confirm. So in the stock transfers, let's go to this one of the online, 9, approve, and then complete. And now completed. Let's go back to the current stock, and you can just search LG, this one, and now you can see the stock here. You can see this one now is 19 items. So that is what we added today. It was really nice to be able to do all this work in about 5 hours. It was so much grateful. And if you are ready, let's get started. Hello, welcome to another episode of our inventory management system. So in our previous episode 7, it was really nice. We built all these, we worked on the purchase order, worked on a couple of things under the items. We looked at the item suppliers, I believe, went and looked at the item suppliers who supply different items. After that, we looked at the purchase orders, and it was really nice, where you can view the suppliers of a specific item. Okay, you can see suppliers of a specific item, and when you come here, you can see that all these suppliers, and you can fill in the details of all the suppliers, as you can see here. So that is nice. What we want to do today is we are going to go and finish the purchasing line, so that we can just go to the side of selling and all that kind of stuff. So we have the purchase order working, and if you remember, the purchase order is the first step whereby you order some things. I just want to change this from draft to submitted. Like after we have submitted, I just want this one to be submitted. That's what I want. So that is the one thing we're going to do also. So we're just going to go back to the summary we did here. So you can see we have the purchase order model, purchase order line. So we did all this. Okay, now we have the receiving inventory. So that's the next thing we're going to work on, receiving all these, and then we're just going to go ahead. We receive, we can move stock between different places. We have to move our lists to reach on the sales process. We have the sales order and all this kind of stuff. Okay, so let me just go to the goods. In the purchase order right now, I just want to change one thing. When you create this, I just don't want it to be draft. I just simply want it to be submitted. Let me remember, if we just put like PO, let me just put like PO 1 and then 2, 1 and 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 if I put 001 001 okay, let me just search like for something like 001. That's like 4 zeros. Yeah, so you can see purchase order with one. That is nice. Just I want to go ahead and look at where we have the create purchase order. So if you go back to our dashboard, for the dashboard, I might not remember exactly where we are doing this. Purchase orders, and there is a new somewhere page. So I think this is the purchase order form, takes in all that. So just going to have this, it takes in all these purchase order. So add line. So this one adds items, remove, format currency, and all that kind of stuff. So on submit, it creates the line, maps the here, create subtotal, total, and then we have this create the purchase order, and you can see it sends a lot of things. Okay, away to create purchase order, we pass in all the necessary data. So if you just look at this create purchase order here, receives all this data like this, and we do a lot of things. Get the supplier name, create the purchase order line items. So this one creates the purchase order first. So the status here where we have draft, we are going to change this. Okay, we have to change this to, so let's let me look in the schema. You have the purchase order here, and when you go to status, we have the purchase order status. By default is draft. So I'm just going to change this one to submitted, or you can just say approved, like any of those ones. So I'm just going to come here and I say submitted. That's the one I want. Okay, nice. So when you create another purchase order, it will be done like that. So I'm just going to create one purchase order, and we're going to use it for the received item. Okay, so let me just go create a new purchase order. Okay, just want to create a new purchase order here. So you can see the purchase order here is incremented by default. So search, let's select the supplier. I'm just going to say maybe Global Electronics. And you see the good thing, you can select multiple suppliers. Sorry, you can just select the supplier. So sorry for this. Digital suppliers. Okay, yes, I leave that one. Deliver location. So this is why we search for our location. Let's say main warehouse. And payment terms, they just say net, and then expected delivery date. Let's say just maybe in 1 week. That's like on 23rd here. And then additional notes, please. I'm just going to say please deliver in time. Okay, so down here we just have like to add some items, so we can start adding some items here. Okay, so there is the first one. Let's say this one is going to be iPods. I'm just going to order for maybe 50 pieces. Unit price of each is going to be maybe just say maybe $30. Okay, just like leave the tax of 0.08. let's select another item. I'm just going to ask for MacBooks. I'm just going to ask for 30 pieces, each at maybe 1,200. So we have these like so. So let's just go ahead and create the purchase order. This is a big one. Okay, so purchase order created successfully. Okay, so we have been routed and it is here. Now you can see that actually we have a status of submitted here. Okay, nice. So you can also look at our items, the quantities and all those kind of stuff. Okay, so I would just want to make this is where we're just going to turn, like for instance we could just say receive. So like I just need to add a button of saying receive, and I should just like take we just like going to take this whole entire thing and just going to take it into a received good. Okay, so let me just go to again in the schema. Okay, just going to go in the schema and let's go to where we have the received. So we have the purchase line, all these ones. Okay, so we have the goods received, or the goods received. So we have the receipt number, which we just going also to generate like I don't know if just like supposed to be RO or like RG, date, then purchase order ID. So this links to the which purchase order that was done, then location, where these items were located. Status goods received, it is a status here, and then we have the notes, and that's it. And then we have the received, so you can see received by here rated by the user, and then we have the items that were received. Okay, we have the items that were received. So what we need is simply, because already we have this, okay, we have this, the only thing we just need to add is a sort of button. Here you can see we can send this. Okay, but also when we create we haven't like sent this. Okay, so I think this status is supposed to live in the draft, and then when we submit or when we send the email, it becomes submitted. I think that would be much better, because like this one we haven't sent, so it will be having a draft to mean that it is not yet sent. And I wish like these ones could be having different colors. We're just going to look at that. Let me just first solve that one. So we have where we are sending the email, so let's look at that just in a second. Going back to the serve action, so we have this. I'm just going to change this back to drafted or draft. I think it was a draft. Okay, if I change check in the if I check in the purchase order, you can see we have draft. Okay, so just going to leave it to draft. And now I want, when we are sending the mail, so send purchase order email. So we have the data, so data company info, purchase order, So basically here we are only sending the email. I just want to look at this. Let me go back to the purchase order. Go to the dashboard, purchases. So we have the purchase order. I think it must be, so on this page we have the badge, purchase order status badge, which takes in the status. I don't know why the colors, we just need to put the colors BG muted. If the label, I don't know why these are not changing, but let's first leave them for a second. Let's concentrate on send the mail. Wait, so when we just actually create, does this be sent? Let me just send, check on the, oh wait, let me see, send email sent. So the email was sent to let me just first see on this is under purchase order detail. I don't know why I'm not seeing where we have this button of send mail. Is this the one that I clicked? Let me see. I'm not sure if that is the one. Purchase order detail. Automatically it is not this one. The other one is actually, it's just a so-called send mail. I just need to know where is that. Convert to bill, vendor, purchase order. Let me first go to this purchase orders. We have create purchase order. So we have the purchase order layout. So then there we have the purchase order detail. Okay, so I think this is where we have the stuff. Okay, so it is here, the send mail. So you can see it's loading and then handles the sending here. So we have this on click, handle send mail, and sets this, gets the company info. So now we see we actually added the I think this mail to be able to receive the mails. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing any email right now. Sorry. I just want to know which email that was sent. So we get the company details, basically. Then the items. You can see we have the order item, the company info, PO data. So the PO data is the purchase order itself, and then the order items. And then we send all these in here, data, purchase order, and supplier.email. So you can see we are in the purchase order, which we pass in here, there is the supplier.email. Okay, so when we do that, so you can see data it is, and we pass this and purchase order. So it is this email here we are passing here for this. And now you can see that I'm from this and sending it to this one. Okay, so it is supposed to go to the Gmail instead. So just go to this one. Okay, so it is here actually, new purchase order with all the items. Okay, nice. So the and status here is saying submitted. Now this is actually wanted to be submitted. Okay, want it to be submitted. I wanted somehow, so here when we create it, I don't know, shouldn't it be in draft? Then when you send, it should just be actually submitted. Like it should update before it actually submits, should update the purchase order submitted. I don't know. Because like it would maybe confuse someone. Someone may create this and he thinks he has already submitted it and is not yet submitted. But when you send an email, it should now change the status to submitted. But when you create it, should be draft, and then when you send it, should change to submitted. Okay, just going to work on that. So what we could do is here in the purchase order, we have the purchase order number. So what I could just like quickly check here in the schema is the purchase order number. So if you look at the purchase order number, should it be unique? Yeah, so we can update using that. So for instance, I could just come here and I say in the try actually, so you just say const await, in fact just say await, and just say db dot purchase order dot update. And then like when you update, the two things we just need to do. First one is the where. So just going to use the PO number, which is going to be same as data dot PO data dot PO number, just like this. And then also the data. So the data here, I'm just going to say status, and the status is going to be changed to now you can see submitted. Okay, so this is when we have this submitted. And now that's why, because at this time is going to come when it has data. So if I say data, so for instance, dot PO data dot somewhere status is equal to submitted. Okay, so this will update the status, okay, for the mail. So by the time we send this data here in the purchase order, everything is going to be okay. Okay, so that's a nice change. Okay, so now this changes. If I refresh, you make a new purchase order and you refresh, it should just go to submitted. Okay, so actually you could just even like maybe we could revalidate this side like before we do this console. Just going to say revalidate path, and maybe you just go ahead and revalidate this this path. Okay, so for at this point in time, what I want, by the way, here you can the structure also, like in the response you can just like get the error, you can just like get, there are a lot of things you you can get here from the response, but let me just not go into much details of it. What next? So I want to add a button. So we have the send email. So I would want to add we have these actions of like printing. I'm just going to leave them here, but I just want to add one thing on this here, which is going to be receive goods, or receive the order. In that case, we could, this is going to be a most clicked button, so we don't want to hide it. This side where I say like approve. I don't know if you just like need to approve this, but let me just like go ahead and just come and say receive. So while we have this button here, let me just go back just a bit in the purchase detail. We have here can edit, we have can send, can receive. So I'm just going to change this one to submitted. These, I don't know, like we hidden these buttons depending on the status. You can see there is cancelled and so many others. So you see now, if I add that because the status is submitted, you now see this which says receive inventory, like receive this. So this was submitted. Let's say you received another email from this, or the items were now delivered, like they were brought. Now you can click on receive the inventory. So what is going to happen when we click on receive inventory? A lot of things are going to happen. Actually, even the received items, they're just going to be like this. We're going to use exactly the same just going to use exactly the same layout. But a lot of things are going to happen when we click on receive inventory. It should take all these things here, go ahead and create a goods receipt, and then it's going to be exactly the way you see them here, with this like the goods received. And the most important thing actually is we'll take off this part here. Okay, this one, we take it off, but most importantly, these ones should be editable. Now, on the received quantity, so the this is going to be the ordered quantity. Okay, we can even hide these some of these details. I don't know, like unit price, tax, total. We could just say 50 items. And we just like leave the way it is right now. The only thing just going to focus on is the items that were received. Okay, items that were received. So like after the ordered quantity and then the received quantity. So you just come and say like these items were received. So that's the I think the only thing we just want to do. When we click this one, it should take us to that particular the particular receipt purchase order, and then we could just like simply confirm that. On the other hand, on the other hand, when we click on receive, right now this has nothing is doing, right? Let me just can edit, can send, and can receive. So you can see like it is having handle receive. If you check in the handle receive, is just like not doing anything right now. Alert redirecting to receive page for PO this. So you can just say it's supposed to implement the receive logic and then simply go ahead and receive this. So we're supposed to implement the create all those things, and then after you redirect to that place of the received order. However, I was thinking of something else, which can be a better optimization. That if you click like receive items, I was thinking that this field here, okay, becomes like editable. This would be really good because we are still in this purchase order. You click on receive, either of two things. This becomes like a pop-up, like the item, this and this table becomes into a pop-up, whereby we simply just need to type in the received item. That's the only difference between the purchase order and this, is to confirm the received items. If you just go and check in the schema and the goods received, the only thing we just add in is received by. It has also the status, and it also has the goods received. If you just go in the goods received ID, purchase, then we have purchase order line, then we have the item ID. These are the same things. Now we have in, for instance, the received quantity for that item, how much or how many items were actually received. Okay, that is very important, for how many items were actually received. So which is this thing here. So how am I going to do it so that if I click received item, this part here becomes editable? I want even to first see actually, so that when it becomes like I feel like we can't just like simply create a state that is controlled by this button. Like we could have, when you create a receive, it simply have these same order items, just simply changes here, where you can enter the figures, and it has the button of submit. On the other hand is you go ahead and because this would just like really help us in terms of like how much work is supposed to be done, and minimizing the same. You just click receive and we enter into the receive mode. Either we could just like make this a pop-up, okay, a nice pop-up, and then you simply confirm the items and the submit button, and that's it. And that's it. I'm just going to look if that is how easy that can just be. Purchase. I'm just going to go back to where we have the purchase order detail. Okay, so if you look down here below where we have the cards for these people, like the purchase order, line which is having the order items are inside this here. Okay, and you see text in the purchase order items, purchase order, and when you go inside here, we are getting these from the use purchase order items. Okay. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is when we click this, still we need this, even if we said we if I click receive, we need to access this. Now since this and this are in different component, we'll have to keep track of the received state. Okay, we'll have to keep track of the received state. The first thing I want to do is, can I click on this and I have this part here in this order items. Okay, let me just going to screenshot this. Before I do that, what did we do last time? Did we just like save something here to start from in the notes? We didn't even save the, I'm not sure if we saved anything like the whether we're using V0 or not. The UI looks really nice. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is just want to select this. Okay, I just want to select this the way it is, like so. Just going to copy this so we can either use V0 first. So I'm just going to say I am creating a component for a component. Okay, in my inventory system. Where if I click on the items, when I click on receive inventory, and I click on receive inventory, what is going to happen? I want a pop-up card with a table of the ordered items. Okay, and the received quantity must be editable. Quantity must be a form input, must be a form input, so that I can edit the received item quantity and then on that model, the user should also see the purchase order number. The purchase order number. Then with the like submit buttons, of course, submit button. Okay, so I'm just going to add this image, and maybe probably what I should also say in the purchase detail. So this probably maybe we just give it some of these table for maybe to repeat to understand. I'm just going to give it, so we gave it the image, and here is the purchase order items. You can use this component in the model. So I'm just going to add this. Another thing is going to be so I just also want just to go back to the schema, and I want to say that I have this goods and the apt here. Okay, so when a user, I'm just going to say here after editing, so after editing, the user submits, and then it should create the goods receipt and goods receipt items, and good receipt items. Here the models. Okay, so it should create a serve action. Sorry, not serve action. I just simply want, so one, the tasks is going to be so here are the tasks. So the first one is create the pop-up model component that will display the table of the ordered items. Okay, so the ordered items. Then two, we're just going to say create the handle submit function, which prepares the ordered items with the received quantities, okay, and then send the data to the server action to create the good receipt. Okay, so then step 3 is to create the server action that takes the data and creates the good receipt. And another one was what? Good receipt and good receipt line. And a good receipt line. Okay. And the loading and other things. So okay, I don't know at this point what is going to do. I would just maybe give it also a hint of how we created the other one, but let me just leave it since it has the model to see what it is going to try to do. Okay, just going to see what it's going to try to do for us. So I believe this good received model should be able to take in terms of what it should take in. I wanted it to take in like good. This is a receive inventory button. Let's first look at this in receive inventory button. Okay, so it has receive, which is also on click, set model open. Let's see if there is a preview. Anyways, no page detected. Okay, that's not a big deal. I just want to see this. So we have the button. This is a regular button, which is having these two things. It sets the model open, so the model text in is open, and sets is close. Text in the purchase order ID, purchase order number, and the location ID. Okay, those I think they can be gotten from the purchase order. I think that's all. So here it has receive inventory button. Yeah, so receive inventory button just takes in these three things: the purchase order ID, purchase order number, and this. That's a good one. So then we have the receive model, which is having it is taking in purchase order line, and then received form values and blah blah. Is submitting, is getting the line items and everything. And then I don't know how these ones are connected, so let's first try to do one thing at a time. So I'm just going to start with the receive inventory button. So copy this. We just go back here. So we in the purchase order, This is why we have these components. So I'm just going to add one more component. This is going to be receive inventory button. Receive, if I can just write, the word receive is the most hard word ever. Receive inventory, receive inventory button dot tsx, and let's add this. Okay, so right now is receive model. Let's just go ahead and create the model. So the receive inventory model is here also. I'm just going to say components and just going to say receive inventory model dot tsx, like so. I'm just going to paste it there. So this one doesn't look to have any problem yet, I guess. Okay, we have this create, which we're just going to create it in a second. Otherwise, I'm just going to go here and remove this so that I can just come here and import this like so. So back here, let's create this serve action. So in actions, we have the goods receipt action like this. I'm just going to copy it and put app actions, good receipt actions. So in the actions, we're just going to have we had purchase orders. Here just going to have goods receipt. Okay, it's goods, not good, goods receipt dot ts, and let's add this use server, and then it has the Zoho data. I don't know if it's just like necessary, but it's okay. Just going to get this and this. Let's start with the DB. So this auth is just to get the user, I guess. But let me first get the DB for Prisma. And then from there, we need the session. Await session is, instead of the session, we're just going to get the user, I guess. We already have the user, not authenticated. We'll just say user is await, and just going to await get, I think, get authenticated user or something like this. If you just go to this, you realize this has even logic of taking you to that. Of course, you won't even reach this side if you're not authenticated, but we get the user. And I don't think there is even a need of actually having this not authenticated, but just like put that if no user, just like that. And then from this user, we want to get the organization ID. So just simply do this, and from there, a lot of other things. Let's see. Received by I, so it's going to status complete, goods received, create, received date, location, validated location ID, validated. Received by, there is the received by. Where are we getting received by is a string. Okay, I think it comes on the data here. Received by ID. So this looks actually good. I'm not sure what it is going to do, but what it is doing, it has a transaction which first creates the goods receipt. After getting the goods receipt, Then we go through the lines and we get PO is this transaction purchase order dot purchase order line, then find unique, and then we have update the received quantities. Okay, then goods received, then purchase order, validate this. Okay, received quantity here is purchase order dot received quantity. Okay, there is one thing just wondering. One thing I'm just like wondering, because here, oh, okay, so the receipt number is here, goods received, and then string, then get month is creating this whole thing. I think it is overthinking about the receipt number. Then this is going to be like, so it has full year, month, and then it has date, mass.flow random, 4 numbers. It's like seems to be like a huge number, but let's just like move with it right now. So let me go back here and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so if I remove that, it should just have here this error. Just import this like so. Okay, so everything seems to be good. So this step number 1 we have to do, you can see inside the page here where we just supposed to call this receive button, and then we give it all these details. So let me just copy this receive button. I think that's the only thing, we just have to add it on this here basically. So let's just go to the, I think it's a purchase order detail that has this thing of can edit, can do what. So here I'm just going to have receive here. So I'm just going to add this here. Receive button is going to not accept. What I just need is I just want to cut this for now. Cut this. First of all, let's import this like so. Now on the location, so we have the purchase order. When we are creating this, we somewhere added the location. I don't know where the location right now is located, but let's just first try our luck on the purchase order dot. So we have a lot of things except the location. Created at, date, notes, payment, shipment, all these things. Okay, so right now, just a second, let me just first leave this. I just want to first go to this receive. I just want to look at the button because I simply want these to be the same. So let me add this button here. Once if there is things we can choose, the package check, and then let's look on this class H. It has a height of 9, size SM, variant default. So it has a variant default. Class name is H9, so there is no need of this. Just say H9. Variant default, then size SM. So then here SM. So with that, everything should be just good. Okay, One thing we're missing is where to get the location. So I'm just going to go back to the schema where we have the purchase order. Let's see, in the purchase order, are we not tracking? In the purchase order, I believe we should be tracking like location or something. Yeah, we have the delivery location, and I think that is the actually this location. So we should have delivery location. Like still going back to the purchase order detail, we should have purchase order dot delivery location ID. So I think on the data that we are getting, where are we getting this purchase order? If you look at it, it is the purchase order that is passing in here. So I would want to see what is being passed in. So we have this whole entire thing, except that we don't have the delivery location ID. So I'm just going to go back to where this is. I'm not sure in the layout. So there is where we have like the page, and then we have the purchase orders. This is where the purchase order going. So when you just go in the layout, we have the purchase order, and then we have the selected order. And this is where we get one, we pass in this. So if you just go to the selected is finding this selected. I believe the type here is getting from the purchase order. So basically what we just need to do is to add in that data. I believe so. Let's first look at the fetched data of the purchase orders. So in the purchase order layout, where is this originating? I want to know where this is originating. So the purchase orders are here, and we're just getting them to purchase orders. And if you just go here, find many, and we're including this. So that means like it is actually in the returned. You will see that this is actually returned. It is there because we are not selecting anything in the purchase order itself. It has a lot of things. Okay, so the only thing is I just need to add in I simply need to add in the delivery in the purchase order. I just need to add in the delivery location ID. As simple as that. So let's go back where these things are coming from. So we just get the purchase orders, and for the first time after getting them, in the purchase order layout is where we define our first thing, this one, the purchase order. And in the purchase order, I'm just going to simply add in this, which is going to be a string. So this is there. So meaning that wherever I need now, I can access it. So if I just go back here, I can now just the delivery dot delivery. Oh, wait. This was the delivery location ID. It doesn't seem to be coming in here. So let me see what will be the problem. So the one that comes in purchase order detail comes from this purchase order. So let's go to this one. So we need to add it also here. A string like so. So I believe this should now work. Shouldn't this work now? Okay, so now everything is okay. We are passing in this. Everything looks to be good. I don't know what is going to happen. But clearly here we have some things to clean up. For instance, we are not having handle print, handle receive. So like handle receive now is something else altogether. But let's just be optimistic. Go back to our app. Just going to reload. Okay. Maybe this one we're just going to, we'll just like reduce maybe for the UI purposes, but if you receive, this is good. So like we have the receive inventory purchase order 5, and then we have the item, the one that was ordered quantity was this one. Maybe we have even also previously received, and the received quantity is this, and then you can now submit the request. So maybe this is okay. I like this. I just want to know like if I submit right now, what is going to happen? Okay, so let's receive. I'm just going to say here 50, and this one 30, and I'm just going to say all goods were received all goods were received in good condition. Okay, were received in good conditions, and let's submit. Okay, so inventory received successfully. So I don't know what has happened. I don't know what has happened, but it seems like everything went on successful. So the best way to understand is to create also the received stuff in this way. So we need to get this kind of UI. I say like receive items or receive inventory. Okay, this is good. I would want to get all these this same UI the way this is, like why you click on this received goods and then it gets that. Because all the details, I believe we have them. Like we have do we have the suppliers for that matter? Just in the schema, just in the received. Let's just see. So I'm just going to again screenshot something here like this. So I'm just going to say I want to create a similar UI, maybe like so. So let's copy here. I'm just going to say you want to create the page. I want to create the page for okay, I want to create the page for goods receipt, similar to the one for purchase orders, just like this. I should have the okay, let me just see if it's going to know what to do. But meanwhile, we can just also do something. First of all, we have also to update the purchase order to received, because in the purchase order here, purchase order, so you can see we just have this partial received, and we have also the received, and also there is closed. I don't know when closed what that one means, but we can update this status when you click the receive. We can update this status. So I'm just going to go to where we created this goods receipt. I'm very sure it did not update. So here we have somewhere a transaction. So you can see we start a transaction here, create the goods receipt, and it's lying in a transaction. Update. So after doing the update, we can now update the purchase order. So you can just say await. Okay, await. There is one thing that I just want to fast track. Okay, I think it's going to depend on these items. I would want to know to check the status. Okay, and how would I know the like the status? Purchase order, get the current purchase order line, and then it's like selecting received quantity, and await here. Update. I don't know, like in the what it did here is what models did I give it? Did I give it like the purchase, and so I gave it for the goods. If you just go to the good received line, it is the one which has the received quantity, right? If you go in the purchase line, it just simply has quantity. Oh, it also has actually received quantity. You can see it also has purchase order line has the received quantity. And then we in the purchase order line item, we have good receipt lines. Okay. Okay, this refers to the item that was in the purchase order. And then received quantity. I'm not seeing where it's just creating, just like it is simply actually updating this page. Yeah. By the way, that I think that can also just like work sort of like if you think about it, is do we really need to create another UI? Because you can just go to this purchase order. We simply change the status. Let's first look at the status of this. Yeah, we even have the received. Okay, we have the status of the received. So that means that we can't just simply have the purchase order having to track this status. So you can just like update the status to received or received partially, because you can see here basically it updated really nicely, 50 out of 50, 30 out of 30, and this one now should update the status to received. Okay, which it did not do. Okay, but apart from that, I just like want to know, okay, can I first update that? Actually, the problem to update that, you need to know some things. You need to know if the items like okay, I'm just going to have only one status, just a received. It can be partially received or what, but I'm just going to say the items were received. I can update that here. So update. So you're using a transaction, so await db dot transaction okay, so that's not the way it's supposed to work. I'm just going to say db ts actually here, the transaction dot purchase order dot update. Okay, and we need to use the purchase order number. So where, just going to pass in the where purchase order number, and I don't know where you can get this from. Can I get this from? So if you look at the purchase order ID, so we can just use the purchase order ID. Or update where ID is the purchase order ID. And the data basically it's that status is to received. So the products, the items were received. This can be, so the purchase order ID cannot be found. May I say this is found on the data. So this is called import, which is validated. So all these things down here, they're using like the validated. Yeah. So you're just going to see it's going to be validated dot the purchase order ID, just like this. So this would update that. Okay, so just like look at what is being done here, guys. Basically what it is doing is validate the input, get the user, and then from the user we get the organization ID, generate the receipt number. You can customize this format. I don't know how this one going to look like, and then create the goods receipt and its line in a transaction. So they started a transaction and it's also is creating the goods receipt. So tx.goodsreceipt.create, so this creates the receipt. Oh, and it creates also the lines actually inside like this. Okay, I understand now. So after creating this, and now it's going to update the received quantities and all that stuff. Okay. Now my heart is good. We can create the same interface. Let's see what it did so before running into an error. So it's trying to do the same thing. Params, await all session, goods receipt, find unique. Params include purchase order received, and then here we have the send mail. Do we need to do that? I'm just looking just for where we have the items. Okay, so goods receipt line. Okay, so I'm just going to create this page basically, and we see how we just going to if we can just like simply manage with it. We have the goods receipt ID, and then has this db.find, and then format, then have this, then return this. Okay, I'm just going to see how I'm just going to create these functions. So basically inside here we have the purchases, suppliers. I'm just going to inside the purchases, I'm just going to create the goods receipt. Goods receipt, like so. And so inside here there is the ID. So okay, there is a page also. So here we have the page. Let's first get the page. So goods receipt, let's get the page .tsx. Okay, let's get the receipt. I don't know why it's getting these things. Even the db here we want just to get the user, so just get the user, await get the get auth something, authenticated the user, and then from it we can always, if there is no user. Okay, so goods receipt, we pass in the user dot organization ID, which is this function here. So async, oh, okay, so this supposed to be like a serve action, I guess. Is this like a serve action or is just like a component? Okay, so let's just create the components. Okay, so the first one is goods receipt list. So I'm just going to, I think, cut this. And I'm just going to say here goods receipt list .tsx, and then let's paste this. Okay, like this is making it an async function, meaning that this is so just say export default async function, which is getting the list, like passing in the organization. So let's take this. Okay, just copy this in the serve action here, go to the receipt. Just going to go here and say export async function. So okay, goods receipt. Okay, let me first go back for a second. Async function get goods receipt line items, like so. And then we can just like add this function here, the goods. So this one takes in the org ID, the string. We could just even find it from here, but it's okay. So find many where org ID, so here. Okay, so get this. Okay, so we have to return, if you just put this in a try catch, console.log error, and then here we just get this, and let's return the goods receipt, and for this case let's return an empty array. So going back to, I think, goods receipt line, I can simply just remove this, and you're like await get goods receipt line items, and let's pass in the org ID. So this remains exactly the same thing. We have link. I don't know, do we need to link to the purchase orders? I'm not sure, but let's first put this, which are C. So in the goods receipt is there, we are getting the some of the things here. The types are not I think working good, because here you have the receipt, which is taking in the any. How? Because this goods receipt, they have the stuff here. You wonder how this one they get to have the any. Okay, but so far, then we have the format currency. I don't know which format currency function here. I just go to the libs. There is the format currency basically. I'm just going to add this function here, format currency for now. Then we have PO line is receipt items, then is finding the item total value, and then is using it somewhere here. Status badge, where is this coming from? Do we have status badge? Oh, I think so we just left it to this side. So if we go back here, we have this cut this, and let's go take it this side. So if I just put it down here, you can import the badge. Okay, so far we have two errors which are coming from the types here. Okay, going back to the page, we still have the goods receipt loading skeleton. So we could just like put this goods, the skeleton in its own component, right? Loading skeleton .tsx, and you can just like simply export like default function like this. We can import the skeleton, and then inside here we can check if we have the skeleton somewhere. So goods receipt first of all, and then this goods receipt skeleton. So we still have one error. Format, remove this badge and skeleton, remove this. Okay, so far we have a few things actually. Okay, so this one we just like figure it the types. So then we go inside where we have the ID page. So in the ID page is where we have the detailed thing. So copy this. Let's go to ID. So basically you have the ID like this, and then inside it let's put page.tsx, and let's put just like this. Okay, so might be having so these params, these are the old school reasons they want to work. So where we have this string card, this is going to be the promise, and then like this, then inside here you can add this like so. That means how we are getting the ID here. Okay, goods find by this. So I'm just going to say const ID. These all things. Okay. I don't know if at this point we need auth really. Okay, we just need the organization ID, and so I'm just going to say Okay, let me just first get the ID. So const ID is await params dot ID. So like this, and this is the ID we'll pass in. Now for the organization ID, so just going to say const user is await get auth user, like this, and now we can be able to get this. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this, cut this. In fact, just first copy it. Okay, just go back here, and here I'm just going to say get, just duplicate this, get goods receipt. Okay, good receipt. By ID maybe. So this is going to take in the ID of type string and organization ID. So inside here is where we're just going to go ahead and put this, and here we should just like return the goods receipt, and then here we're just going to return okay, just like that. So for this case where ID is going to be ID, and then this is going to be the organization ID. So get this, we can now go to the page, back to the page, and await. So instead of putting all this, we're just going to await get receipt by ID, and then you can pass in the ID and the user .org ID, and you can just give this a default. Okay, so ID was not pro. Okay, so here we are good. So if you just check here down, is still the line because of the returned thing, but this is actually there. So just going to propagate the types here, because this we have to propagate the types. But basically, if you just go and update the sidebar, so let's go to if you just go to the sidebar, what happens? Like purchase goods receipt. Okay, so we have purchases receipt, which is not. We have purchases and then goods receipt. So I'm just going to go to sidebar config, something like that. So where we have like purchases, purchase order. So we have goods receipt, which is going to be goods receipt, just like that. And let's go click on this. We see how the UI looks like. I would like a UI like this one. I may just like go ahead and copy this. So far we are getting not authenticated. Okay, so let's first see where this is coming from. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so on the page, so up here we just getting the user, first just like do the if there is no user. What are you talking about? Like we don't have a user right now? Oh, if no user. I was going like what's going on? Okay. So this looks good. GR 1025, day 780. So completed. The amount doesn't look to be good, but if you select this, okay, let's just see. The link here takes to, okay, let's first see what that link takes. So the problem is that this is actual routing. I'd have liked like if you click on this and then it has like the selected, it just like makes this selected. We'll just like I think modify that, but for now we have the list. Oh, and the good thing has like suspense. I like that. So if you just go to view purchase orders, this one we're going to work on it. But if you just go to the link of this, is supposed to be like slash dashboard slash like purchases and then slash goods receipt and then ID. So you just say come back, refresh, and now this one should just have purchases, goods receipt. Let's see. Okay, so we have some errors. Going back to this here. Okay, we have one error we didn't see up here. These two here. Is there any other? Oh, we have goods receipt line table. So that's another component that should take in the receipt ID. So I'm just going to go and get this. I'm just going to go in the components. So here, goods receipt line table. Goods receipt line table dot tsx, and then add this. Just go ahead and say export default function. Okay, then we're just going to work on this, but apart from that, we have the table. So let me first go back here. So this, I'm just going to remove it so that we see here. So we have this table component that we can quickly bring in here. Okay. So now we can just simply do this. Now we have the one for badges. I don't know the badges. Okay. We have this. I think everything is good. I'm just going to go this receipt table. I'm just going to cut this. I'm just going to copy it instead, and let's go back to what did I do? I'm just going to go here and simply say get line items. Line items. So this one I think should take in the, I don't know which IDs we are taking in, but let's just go in the try and replace this here. So goods receipt ID, which I'm just going to put here. Then include, so in this case we don't even need this here. So we are returning these. And then here just return an empty array, just like this. Cannot really care, so we already have that. We have line items already. What does this take in? This one is like, I think I'm just going to say this one table. I would say table. Do say it's table items. Okay, just to differentiate. I will see if they're the same, then I will just use same function. For now, let me go back here. And here's going to be a weight. Okay, just like this. Okay. We pass in this ID. Okay, going back here, this one has two errors, which are for types. So meaning if I go back, oh, so I have the this UI where I have this, and the receipt details is you have the purchase order location, meaning how then received by, and then the date, then the received items, this the ordered, and then the received unit price, the totals, then the notes. This looks good. Okay, this looks good. I'm just going to leave this page. Actually, I'm just going to leave it there. So there is the print, of course. I'm not sure like this is doing anything. Send mail. So I think, I know this you'd send it to who? Maybe, I don't know for now, but at least we have the received item. The only thing we did not consider is that this location main house, because at that point of receiving, okay, at that point of receiving is where you're supposed to actually do so when you receive, you see goods received model. When the items arrive, create this one, links to this original stuff, inventory model. So this is where the inventory model comes in. Okay, that's where the inventory model comes in. So when you create the purchase order, the inventory model is supposed to come in. Okay, these items right now, they are not being tracked anywhere. Like, we don't have them in the system even when there are 50 items received and all these stuff. Okay, so let's go back I'm just going to go back here. I think we should just create a component for all these things, like a header component that allows a person to go back, like sort of. I'm just going to design that takes in this and has like the back or something. But if you just go back here, however much I'm not liking the list, because select the goods receipt to view the details. It's as if it's going to display it here, but when you click it, actually it takes you to the detailed page. I kind of like the detailed page how it is. I'm just going to leave it. So what do we need to intercept? What we need to intercept right now. Okay, let's first work on the types. Like, I don't like this. Let's just go back here like to this, and then if you just go and look at what is disturbing is the types here, they are not being passed in very nicely. So I may just like go here, go to this, so you can see we are getting goods receipt, include the purchase order, include the supplier. Okay, so I'm just going to say, for instance, get the good line items to create for me the types for this. Same to create the types. So create for me the returned types for this function. They just need to get the types here, like which includes like the purchase order and then the lines, because here it can be seen, but then when you start like passing it in other places, it won't. So let's see if it's going to create the types. Okay, so we have some types here: supplier, purchase order, purchase receipt line, and then we have goods receipt, and then export. So let me just copy this. Okay, I'm just going to go to types. Okay, I'm just going to say goods, receipt .ts, and let's put these types here. Okay, so we have the supplier, the purchase order, then goods receipt, and goods receipt is that. We have the status. We can just like also get those ones, and then we can just get goods receipt. So I think what we can also do is like the type for goods receipt. I think we can get them starting from here. For instance, this if you wanted like the purchase order, so if I comment out this, I come here, I could just get the purchase order from the Prisma, and then also the goods receipt line. If I comment out this, I just get this also from Prisma. Okay, so we had we had one that had the supplier. So where was the supplier? So the supplier was in the purchase order. Okay, so you can first remove these here. So supplier, so maybe this one is the one you can just like remove or something. But if you just like get this is export type of get good receipts is good receipts. I'm just going to get this. Okay, so this one has like the supplier or the details of the supplier. Just go a little bit. So we can just do this supplier, comment this, and then here you have like the actual supplier. So what I would do is this purchase order, I could just first also comment it out a little bit, and then I can just get the purchase order from Prisma, and then I would extend this. So we have this purchase order. I can just remove this. So we have this purchase order, right? So we can just say like this, and we can just say extend. So I can just like say here as Prisma purchase order. So you can just say export type, so interface purchase order extends. So you just say extends Prisma purchase order, and this doesn't have this. So if it extends this one, we only simply pass in the we just simply extending the supplier only, just like this. So we now get the purchase order with a supplier. And then if we go here, we have the goods receipt line, so which is actually taking in the serial numbers, blah blah, and the I think you can just like get this. Can we just get this from Prisma? Yeah, just like this. So instead even this one, so instead of just doing it like this one, we just going to get the goods receipt, and we're just going to first get the goods receipt, this one from Prisma. So the one I'm just going to get it from Prisma, I'm just going to rename it. So I'm just going to say as Prisma goods receipt. That means that this one is back. So you can just like return back this one. Let me remove this. I'm just going to say interface goods receipt extends Prisma goods receipt. And now inside we only simply leave the lines, just like this. So in other words, all these now or do I take the purchase order? Where was the purchase order previously? Let me just wait. Purchase order. Where was the purchase order? Okay, let me first go back a little bit. I am a bit lost. So here we have this include purchase order, and then inside it there is a supplier. So we need the purchase order plus this one. So okay, so basically so here we have also the purchase order that we defined here, this one. Which are like purchase how do I define them? Include. So you can see here there is include purchase order, so that should be the include purchase purchase order, like purchase order, like this. So now this here, okay, is what I need. Export type goods receipt results. I just simply want to export this. Okay. Just simply say export goods receipt. Here. So the only thing you just simply say as this. Of course, like this is going to be an array. Let's simple this from types, like so. So if the good thing with exporting it as this, wherever we are using this get goods, like so. Yeah, was it this one? Sure. Get goods. I don't know where we're supposed to receive those ones. Is it here? I think it is here because you can see there is no more errors on the line because the line is there now. Let's look at this list. So there is this one, get goods. Let's go to this one. We see the return. So this one has purchase order and also the lines. Oh, and also the lines goods receipt. Get goods receipt line tables. Is that the one? Let me see. Get goods receipt line tables. So when we map this, so this one has the goods receipt, purchase order dot lines. So inside even the purchase order, we got the lines. Let's first see that. So if we just go back here, we want the purchase order, but we didn't include like this is let's go back. Find the corresponding purchase order line to get the unit price. This is getting it, is trying to get it from the receipt. So because when you move this, there is the lines, as you can see, receipt.lines reduce and gets this. Okay, wait. So we have receipt.lines.reduce, and then you have a line. So it's now accessing back the receipt, and then we have the purchase order.line.find, and it's trying to compare with the other one. The problem is I want to know what is this trying to do, or what is this? Oh, that's why even the total we have is 0 on the other one, because this is not actually working. If you want to get the total value, calculate the total value of the received items. Okay, let's first look at the schema one more time. So in the goods line items, are you trying to tell me, okay, we don't have the price or anything? The only thing we have is actually this. So that means we cannot get the total value of the stuff, including even here, we don't have where we can access it. Okay, so I think that is true. We cannot access the total value of the received items. So what is doing total value is reduce. So he's first finding the corresponding the purchase order line to get the unity price from it. So the only way we can just like do this is going into the purchase order, and we include the lines. Okay, so that means that I would go inside this one, and inside the purchase order include also to include the lines. That's what it means. So include the lines here like this. And if you include this, that means that in this here, we need to go back to the purchase order. So where is it? Why did I export? Export interface. So inside the purchase order, this one, we're just going to simply say lines. Lines is going to be so this is going to be purchase order line array, just like this. Now if we go back on this, we should be able, exactly. So you can see that we should be able to access the lines, and then you have everything you want. So now if we go back, it should be able to show the actual price, the actual of the received stuff. The only thing that this was actually more than that. If I remember, the total was more than that. because all the total value, I think that's the difference. Here we have the unit price of this. Okay, we have the unit price. So here we have this plus this. I don't know which was getting to which totals. Why didn't it put the total? And even this PO, I would just, I think, like put a link to this PO or something. But I would want to include like down here the total, the way we have it in the purchase orders. Let me see. So if you scroll down, oh, we actually also don't have the totals. So the weird thing is that, oh, okay, I understand. So this one is actually the price. So this and this and then this and this. Here there is tax. For these 50 items, there was a tax, and then for this one, there was a tax. But then in the goods receipt, so the value for this amount, probably we should just also say tax. And you just click on this, it takes you to this, where you look at the word item, the end price. This one doesn't have the taxes. The received items, actually you just look at it. You don't need tax actually on this page here, really. Okay, so far that's good. The only thing right now I'm just going to worry about, since I have the types worked upon, the types are good. Okay, the types are good, the skeletons are working. The thing I just want to work on is this inventory model. Okay, so if you just go to the create the update records for each item at a specific location. So if you just go back to the schema, okay, we have these goods, we have just want to look for the inventory model. Okay, so we have this inventory model. If you see, it has access to the item, it has access to the location, the quantity. I'm not sure of the reserved quantity, then this organization ID. So the only thing we just need to do is, by the time you are creating or receiving the items, the inventory model should automatically update the quantities of these items. So I'm just going to add it here. You can just like say modify. So you're just going to just like to modify only one thing. This serve action of goods receipt, where we have like this create goods receipt. So I'm just going to say that everything looks good. I only want to modify, so just going to modify the create goods receipt, create goods receipt server action. Okay, so that when I receive these items, I also register them in the inventory model here. Okay, so they're supposed to update this in the inventory model. This registers the item quantity at that location where items were received, like that. So register C just going to update that serve action so that when we receive the inventory model updates, I guess just the only thing it just needs to do, I think, so just going to change. I guess the sent data should be enough to update. I'm not sure. But if you just go, if we create and update records for each item at a specific location, we still have the stock transfer. I wish I could just like work on the stock transfers and the stock adjustments, and I just know that one is also done. Yes, so if I see what is going to happen here, so you say here I've modified the create receipt serve action that updates the inventory when items arrived. So it actually just updated only that. So if you look at this, go to the receipt, create, validate, get this. So the only thing is generates the receipt number, gets the result. So create the goods receipt, update the received quantities in the purchase order line. That's good. Update the received quantity. So purchase order receive, update the inventory for each item. So here line items, existing inventory, await inventory find unique where item at location. So we pass in all these things. If it is existing, we update, and if it is new, we create. That's good. So the only part we just need to add in is going to be this up to where. Okay, just like going to copy this function, all of it. Let's go to our create function. Goods receipt. So where we have the create. Okay, we copied a lot of stuff, I believe, including the other ones, these other things. So you could just simply copy like this. Okay, so then add this. So my intention is to simply get this part, which starts here, update inventory for each received item. So we do the 4. So this is the 1. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. Remove this. So we just simply go down. So here, after updating the purchase order, then we can do this. So here we update the PO. So here we just updating the, we're updating the inventory. So we have line of validated.lines, checking if this is an existing item at a particular location. So we have where, and there is this pattern, by the way, why you can pass in this. I'm trying to learn this item ID underscore location ID. That means like you are passing in 2 things and they should all just like be required. So item ID and the location, we have the location direct like that on the validated. And if it exists, so we do update ID quantity is existing quantity plus line dot received quantity, create new inventory record. So we create and we do quantity like that. Okay, I want to see the reserved. In this other one, existing. Okay. For the revalidate path here is just simply should do purchases. So you can just like do. We don't need to pass in anything like this one. For this, we just simply say dashboard, then like purchases, and then purchase orders. Okay. I think that's it. So when we create a next purchase is going, when we create a new, we're just going ahead and create a new goods receipt. It should just like go ahead and enter those items inside this. So if you have the purchase order, right over here we have the view purchase orders, which should be just going to add it a void link, goods receipts. So here I'm just going to say view purchase orders. Page. We have here the link purchase orders. So I'm just going to go and say link dashboard purchases, and then like purchase orders. Okay. You just go here. It should take us, yeah, on the purchase orders. So as I said, I just need to create a nice header that I'm just going to put that has a back button. I don't know, like I just need something that a good header that has the back, sort of like to tell you where you are located, a breadcrumb. So purchases, purchase orders. So like for instance, this one has no where to go back, like on this page. I don't know how I'm just going to make that. Let me first leave that one, concentrate on another. Just going to go to this one. Okay. Maybe can we also make sure we can update the status, because like these ones we did earlier are having draft. You should have like this button which updates. If you click on it, you can update it to something. I'm just going to instead change one thing here. Go back the purchase orders page, and then we have the layout. And then in the layout, so I just want to go and see the purchase order detail. Okay, so I'm just going to here where you can see can receive. I'm just going to add I don't know, like this receive button. I'm just going to simply leave it there. This one, I'm not going to wrap it in anything. I'm just going to simply add it there so that you can receive anytime you want. So like whether it is this, you should be able to receive. Now then the UI, I'm just going to first disable this for now. Okay, so we have also the edit, which is not doing anything right now. Okay, like this edit. Okay, so right now you have like send and receive. Okay, so right now what I want to see the if that received thing like it works. So right now we have this MacBook, which was like one item. Probably we should just also work on the edit. Like if you want to edit the purchase order or something, but I can just like say receive. Okay, so the MacBook ordered and then they received quantity. So yeah, this is good. The quantity cannot increase more than the ordered items. That should be for sure. Okay, received it, maybe received. The word received is very hard for me. Received successfully. Okay. User not authenticated. What's going on? Submit request. We're having user not authenticated. Let's go back on the receive. Where is it? Okay, just here. I don't know where that is coming from. So receive inventory model. So we are receiving register watch. Okay, so there is this thing of the session. So if you look at this session, how we are getting it, data is from use session. So the equation is why are we checking this? Okay, let's first see what do we get from this. Sorry, how we are using it inside here. We are checking if there is no user, and then we have try this. So I want to use where we use the session. And for some reason there is no why we're using session apart from this place. There is no any other place we're using session. Okay, so we have received by, which is session.user.id. Okay, so we need this. um, okay, I remember commenting stuff. It is here. If there is no session dot user dot id, okay, how comes there is no session? Okay, let me just do refresh, try one more time. If I just get to this, receive, one, submit. Okay, let's add some notes. Received it successfully. Submit receipt. Okay, so for some reason now this is not able to submit. Order received. Okay, like I don't know why now this is not active. So we have this. Let's look at the submit. What is controlling the submit? Set is submitting and submit receipt. There is no any strings attached to this. There is no something controlling the disabled, which is only controlled by is submitting. And submit. Like, what is happening? I have no idea what is happening for sure. The ordered items, we have them for this particular stuff. By the way, you can just even fast send. Let's fast send this. Okay, so if I refresh, oh, you can see actually just like change it to submitted, like here. I just like receive it, like one item submit. Like, why is it cannot? Why you cannot submit? I don't know. That's weird. Let me scroll down here. Okay, let me just gonna create a new purchase order and see. Okay, so this is 6 supplier. Let's use another supplier, prime components. Let's say this is downtown store. I just like, okay, then just like the date here, and then here's some notes. Please deliver in the morning time. Okay, just going to go ahead and select the items. Let's just say this time is going to be this deluxe. Just going to say 25 items, end price of 100. Let's say this time there is no any tax. and then like add another item. Let's say it is LG gram. Let's say this is going to be 45 item at 150. There is no tax. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a purchase order for this. So purchase order created successfully. Okay, so routes here we have the 6 purchase order. So you can see this is in draft mode. Let's send. So this sent, and this is going to update submitted, as you can see here. Go back. We received new purchase order. I want the 6th one, which is this one, I guess. This is 5. We sent the 6th one. Okay, so the 6th one is here, which is 900. And please deliver in the morning time. And then you can send, of course, you confirm. Okay, so now if I just receive, so it's submitted. I'm just going to click on receive. We received 25. We received 45. The notes or is where we received all of them safely. Okay, so just click submit. Okay, so this works. Okay, so now, okay, so this creates that. I think supposed to, wow, so you can see this now updates to received. Okay, this updates to received, and the items here don't, but if we refresh for the items, I think they update later, but you can see the items here, they are also well received. So if we just go now to goods received, we have now 2, this new one here, and then I click on it, and then you have all these completed purchase order, the location downtown, and all this. So I think we're supposed to have somewhere we can view the inventory. So since we have the inventory, I don't know if it's supposed to be in under reports. But we're supposed to have somewhere to look at the items at different locations. You have current stock, stock transfers, blah blah, low stock, serial numbers. Okay, so I just need to have the we have the current stock. Do we actually view this at the current stock? Yeah. So I'm just going to, I think, go on this where we have the current stock. So if we are to see the inventory model, you just go back to the schema and let's look at the inventory model. Just going to search for inventory. Inventory. Okay, so we have the inventory here model. So it has the item, so it should look at the item location. Of course, for this is a particular organization, what would want to see so we'd have, like, I think the good layout would be you have a list of items, and then you can look at the quantities in different locations. When you click on the quantity, and then it displays you in different location, downtown, like all that. So we have to look at how Smarty is just going to do the stock, because this is the stock actually. So the UI for the stock, I just wanted to do it smartly. Okay, I want to do it smartly. So I'm just going to say I want. Okay, so following this model, we're going to be basing on this model. So following, I'm just going to say based on this model. Okay, I want to create a UI for viewing the current stock or the current stock or current inventory. Okay, so the UI, so let's see, it should be based like on an item. I want to look at an item, so like have this item, and then it should be showing into different places. Okay, so I want the layout to be intuitive. I want a 2-column layout where I will have a list of items. Okay, a list of in the, so you say here where in the first column, in the first column, I will have a list of items or scrollable. So here we're gonna say scrollable items with a search. Okay, when I click on the item, it then displays in the second column and in all the locations. So I can view its quantities. In the different locations. Okay, In somewhere I should have like a button to transfer stock. So I think just first go and just leave it at that point. You say you can so add a button to transfer stock. What else? Okay, I'm just going to simply leave it to see what is going to create at that point. Meanwhile, let's just go and check this page. So if I just click on the current stock, should just be like inventory stock. So if you just go back here, purchases, inventory. So just going to say inventory stock. And inside the stock, let's create some just page. The tsx rfc, just going to add h2 of stock, just like that. If I just go ahead and click on the current stock, okay, so we have stock here. So might have just like okay, it should have given it more models. So we have the item model. I think, I don't know, I would have given it the item model just to look at the things we have in the item. Okay, so we have these old ones that we had. Inventory. So okay, now we have the one for inventory. So we have the page which has everything. So inside this, I'm just going to have the components. So we have the loading. I don't know what that is. So we have the stock, which for our case we're calling it stock here, just coding it. So let's look at how many components do we have in here. So we have the search params. So the item is being passed as a passed search param. Then here we have the user ID, so the search, item ID, that is okay. Okay, I'm just going to go with that. I have no problem. I'm just going to first create here some components. So let's first go ahead and start like putting this item list skeleton. So I'm just going to simply cut this. Item list skeleton .tsx, and then we can just export default function. just going to get this skeleton from skeleton, and that's the only one there. Then we have the item detailed skeleton, so just got this one, and we have item detail skeleton .tsx, like so. And then we can also export default function, and then you have the skeleton from there. So there's one thing I actually saw. You looked at this, and in this we added this loading.tsx and return null if there is any loading. I think this is to make sure that the all loading is, so you say loading.tsx. This is to ensure that there is no loading. Okay, so going back to the page, let's start getting these components together. Item, and then also this detail. Okay, so we actually have a few things here. So the first one is the inventory list, so just go and get that. So in this, in components, we have the inventory item details, so copy this, inventory item details. Inventory item details.tsx, like so. Okay, we should just see that. Then we have inventory item list, inventory item list.tsx, and another one which is the stock transfer dialog. So we have the stock transfer dialog, stock transfer dialog, so .tsx. Okay, so just like handle one by one at a time. I believe that's the one we need. Let's start with the list. It seems to have like less stuff. There is format number, so let's go ahead and get the utils. So here in the utils, we have another function, format number. Just like this, and you can remove this. And like we could just like we could just actually like go to this libs utils, like here, like just add it there. Even this of format currency, let me just add it there. So let's go back to the list. So here we don't need the DB, we're just going to see that. So here we just say get all items with the inventory across locations. So let me just go and first create this. Okay, so just go here and let's create a new one, which is going to be inventory.ts, and I'm just going to say use server. Okay, just going to do the first one, export async function get inventory items, try catch, and let's paste this here. Here I'm just going to say console log the error, and I'm just going to say here return. Okay, so just look at this. Let's get the DB. So we pass in the org. We are passing in the org ID, which is going to be string. And then there is this contains search name, then SKU search. So I think here we are passing in the we are doing db.item name. So you're supposed to pass in the search. If you look at the list, so it's trying to do the backend search, like the search item is being searched, passed in here. If you look at it, it's just like a string. Okay, just like so pass this on there. For now, I'm just going to keep it. Then we have the selected item, blah blah, inventory. So let's pass in the also the search. Okay, then I include inventory. If you go back to the schema for item, it should actually include the inventory, I believe. Okay, so we called them inventories. It was weird. The naming there isn't great, really. But just go ahead and just add this inventories. Okay, so we return. So at this point here, let's go ahead and return items. Okay, we are returning the items like so. So these items, and I come back here, I'm just going to do this. Await, and then like get inventory items. Let's pass in the org ID and the search. So we get our items. I think that should be it. Now we have a lot of types. So this is not inventory actually, which is like inventories. First of all, this is supposed to be inventories. But even apart from that, we need to go ahead and return the right types. So we can't just do that. Let me just go for inventory. So on these items here, I'm just going to copy this. Let's go back to the types. I'm just going to create another one called inventory. .ts. Okay, so if you just paste here what we need, is we start with the item, right? And then the item, so what you want to do is export interface item. Okay, so you can see this item, so we could actually get the if wanted a type, let's just first come here and we say, for instance, items, just for, and we say item from Prisma client. Shouldn't we get just like I'm just going to first remove this. I just want the item from Prisma client. So this I'm just going to say as Prisma item. So I just like export interface item. This would extend, so this item extends Prisma item. Okay, so then inside here, according to here, so this covers the item. So now we add in the inventories. That's the only thing we want. So here would include in the inventories, which is going to be of type inventory, and inside the inventory they are selecting quantity and reserved. Okay, so you could return the whole entire thing, or you could just only do this. I could just say come and remove inventory and just create this type inventory here. So type inventory, and then we could just come and only just put these two things here. So this is going to be quantity. I'm not sure, is it a number? And even this is a number. And then here it's going to be inventories, just like this, and that's it. So we have the item with inventories. So if you just come back this side, here you just say as this item, and then you just import item from inventory like this. Okay, and now if you just go back to inventory list, you notice that these dot inventories, the errors are gone. Actually, we still have one more error, which is for the DB. Okay, so it seems like now everything looks good for the inventory list. Let's go to the detail. First of all, so we have this stock transfer dialog. Okay, now let's go to this where we have this item, find item unique, blah blah, and include all these ones. So I'm just going to get this, copy this, actually get item, get inventory item. So I'm just going to go back to the inventory, if I can find it. So down here, just going to say export async function, async function, get inventory item. and then try catch and paste this. Here I'm just going to say console.log error, and then I will also return nar. So for this, let's get the DB. So we pass in the item ID and the organization ID. So just going to say item ID string and org ID string item, and then here item inventory location. So the only thing that we have to do is the type. So you can see this one, just going to say inventory item. So I'm just going to return, so here like return the item. So I will first go ahead and I give this, so include, so these ones is include inventories as we looked at it. So I would just want to go ahead and look at inventories, and inside inventories they are including location. So what I would just say, I would go back the types, before that, just a second, I just want to copy also the item. This is going to help me to define the types. So here so we have the Prisma item. So here I'm just going to say export interface. Okay, export interface item or inventory item. So inventory item extends Prisma item like this, and we're just going to add inventories. So you can just say inventories. So this time these inventories we're just going to add, if you look at this, one, the inventories, and then inside we include also the location. So what you basically have to do is, I'm just going to create another one. So I'm just going to say, first of all, I'm just going to create this one. I call it item inventory, this here. So I just create another inventory, so we can create what can I create? Interface. So I'm just going to say interface inventory. Just going to first call it just like this. Okay, and I just come here and say inventories or anything. I'm just going to add this to inventory. So I just need to get the inventory from Prisma Clan like this. So I'm just going to say extends okay, so I'm just going to name this inventory as Prisma inventory. So this is going to be extends Prisma inventory. So what we just need to add inside this one is actually the location. So if you just look at this, it has inside location. So I would want to add location, which is going to be location Prisma client. So now this is the one we want to use for the inventories, like so, like this. Okay, now that's done, like so. Now we just get this inventory item, and I'm just going to go ahead and inventory as inventory item, just like this. And if you just go back to this side, the detail, I can now see db, so just give me here, get inventory item, and let's pass in the item ID and the org ID, just like that. Okay, so we have our inventory item. Then we also have the locations. Okay, as you can see here, let's get the locations. So I'm just going to copy rather. Let's get the locations. So I'm just going to go back still to inventory, and let me just get export async function get inventory locations, locations, and then I'm just going to call this try catch. I'm just going to go here and say console.log error, and then I'm just also going to return an empty array. And then for this, I will do this locations, and let's pass in here. We're just going to pass in the org ID. So org ID, which is a string org ID, like that. Okay, so if you look in the in this, I'm not sure. Yeah, so we are good. Let's return locations. Okay, let's return locations like so. So we have the locations. Going back to this get inventory locations, let's go back here. Let's remove this. So locations is going to be await get inventory locations. Let's pass in org ID. Okay, so we have item dot inventories. So here, then even here, item dot inventories, item dot inventories. Let's move down. We have this dialog, so we also remove this. Okay, so if you look at the item we are passing in here is actually the item from here. So that means in the dialog, in the transfer dialog, I can just go to this and we simply define the item. I know it must have defined some item here. Just remove this one and let's get the the inventory. Do we create the inventory item? Like the inventory item, just like this. Okay, so here we have this one. Definitely we are just going to modify this because I don't know what it has done inside here. But basically, oh, it even did the stock transfer. I'm very sure we're just going to give it the models. I will give it the models to be able to do the stock transfer, so that we can just also just finish the stock transfer actually. Just replacing where we have, oh, actually just like we have only one right now. And it also did the transfer, so we can just get this inventory. So I think here we have also the stock transfer. So copy this. Maybe just going to put in stock, maybe stock transfer, I don't know, .ts, and just going to paste this, db and auth. This one, they just like looking for the user, so this is going to be get authenticated user, just like that. This is going to be user, and this is going to be from the user, and we can just get the db. Okay, and then here is, okay, so we don't have the stock transfer. I will give it this model later on. For now, let's focus on seeing how it has done the item. So if you just go back to the stock, you go to the page. Okay, let's first solve this messy place. So let's first get the user, is get authenticated user, and then from it we simply need if no user. Let's get the item list, and then here let's pass in the user. Let's get the item details, and let's pass in here the org, so we don't have any errors. However, it has some code here on the search params. So these search params, we don't actually get them like this. You can see there is search and the item ID. I don't know, when someone searches, what happens. So there is no search here. Default value search. There is not doing handle search or anything. Okay, is not doing anything like handle search. I don't know. The concern is this is not how they handle search params. Okay, this is not the way we handle search params. So let's just go and get the search params. Just going to say next.js docs, and you can just come here and search for okay, params and search params. So you search params. So the type of search params is this one now. Okay. Which documentation are we on right now? Let's like before, after. So yeah. So this, I was wondering, that was going to be somehow weird. So they type the ones they are putting here. I'm just going to come and put this. So where we have search params here is going to be search params, like so. Okay. Those are the types. As you can see here, we have search params. And now if you want to get the params, you will get the like await props. So search params. Okay, I just want this one, search params. Was taking in as the props. Okay, so the thing is, now to get this search is going to be await. Let's say await. It's going to be await dot. So we can wrap this like this, and then we can just say dot search, for instance. Similarly, here, await, and then after you can just dot item ID, just like that. So this is how you would get. So if you just look at this, you can just simply say as string, and even also this as string. So you say as string. Okay, just to I don't know. Okay, so let me just remove this as string. I'm just going to go to where we are passing them here. This one I'm just going to say as string, and even this one as string. Okay, what is this selected? Okay, selected item ID. Okay, even here I'm just going to say as string. Okay, so I don't know when you on the item list. Let's first go to the item list component. So when you go to the page, this should just like show the item list here. Let's go and see if this has something it can do. Okay, so we have the transfer stock. Which is not true. Components, okay. In the dialog here. So you can just really get the transfer stock. Okay, let's just see. Okay, so we have the list, which is nice actually. So we have the items here. Let's search demo. So this search is supposed to be like, I think, the backend search, which is not working yet. I wonder why it just didn't make it the front end search. I'm just going to see that. Then if you click this, okay, let's just first look at where we have clicked on the item. So item list. So this is the link of, so basically we want to still put on that the link. So like dashboard, dashboard inventory slash stock slash stock, and then the item ID, just like this. Search is supposed to be also search. Okay, so let's go back. Let's click on this earpods. Okay, so this load is here. So we have AirPods Pro SKU total stock across all the locations, variable reserved, stock locations. So stock by location, demo location has 0, downtown store has 12 items, main house has 18, online has 12. I feel like this UI can do better, in my opinion. And also this one, we gave it more space, I believe. Let me see. So return. So investor list, we have the item details. So I just want to look at the list. So this is a border Y. Okay. This is the item. Let's go back to the page. This is where we have, I think, the design of the columns. So we have these columns, this and the one for the detail. I just want this one to give it maybe 250, let's see, just to buy more space for this side. Now It looks like this side, let's just like stick to 300 for now. Just to have enough space. And I don't see why we have this icon. I'm just also going to remove that icon, I guess, because we don't want that icon. For these locations, they are showing very well. I just wish like there could be a better way of showing them. Stock by location. I feel also these cards are big. I'm just going to ask let's first finish all this space. I'm just going to go here on the page. We have container space y. Actually, if I remove this container, what happens? Is there anything? I think just even controlled by the layout. So if you just go inside the dashboard layout, I guess is why we have like sort of like padding of 6. Okay. What do I want to do? In the stock. I just like want this search to be front end. I don't think it should be back end. So I'm just going to give it for this stock transfer. We're just going to solve that one, which is very okay. The only thing that I want is how can we create a more better UI. So let me just give it some things to modify. We first of all got the schema. Let's look at the if I have anything to do with stock, or like stock transfer or something. Yeah, so we have the transfer number, transfer location ID, from location to location, and all those kind of stuff. So I will give it this transfer, and there's transfer status, and then there's also transfer line. Was it even necessary, really? Like the transfer line, really? Oh, okay, this one was meant to transfer a lot of things. So for this case, like we are transferring this move directs between locations. Okay. But still, that can still work even if you're just like moving only one items. Okay. I'm just going to say transfer line. So I'm just going to first copy these things here. Copy. So I'm just going to say I want to make modifications. Okay. First, you want to say that for the transfer, okay, for the transfer, consider follow these transfer models. So this is a transfer models. Then for the item search, so on the inventory page, so I just say 2 on the inventory page, the search should be because that means like as you're typing, you're going to set it in the, so I'm just going to be the search should be on the front end. You're just going to say on the client side, okay. See, can you make, let me just maybe take the photo for this case. I don't know, but this is the best way actually, because the locations might be so many. If we say we put them like horizontally, they won't be good, because down here we are sure that this is going to be like it can continue downwards and it has no problem, but horizontally it has problem too because horizontal scroll, which I think it is okay. Okay, so I'm just going to take just like to only change the search. So on the, it can search be client side only, just like that. So let's continue. So we had done this. It is saying inventory management system modifications. I'll implement the requested modifications. So it made some modifications on the page. So this page here. So the only thing now in the search param that is required is the item ID. So it is the only one that we are passing in the inventory list, is only the inventory list. Is if we just go and look at the inventory list, let's first go in the page. So in the page here we're passing, so now we don't need the search. You should be able to pass only the inventory list to take on this. Now we're just going to remove the search. Okay. Then inventory details takes the selected and the organization ID. That one is okay. The skeletons, these ones are okay. So here basically what we're just going to do is to remove the search. So I'm just going to remove the search here. Just go to the list, so they just go back inventory item list. So this side, now we only get the org and the selected item, so we just need to remove the search. Okay, we just remove the search, and that means in this function we just remove this. We only put get the inventory items. If you look at this, is having this. Now this one becomes a use client, becomes a use client, and let me hope it has not used. So it used the use effect here to get the items, response fetch inventory, and it is getting the here the items, and then set, after getting them, set items to in here. So there here in this case, we're just going to use we use something else. So here we have the search term. So basically this changes a little bit. It changes a little bit in terms of how it is. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. Maybe I should first like I'm just going to say Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Okay, let me just go ahead and copy this. Let's add it here. Okay, so there are some things we're just going to remove. So we are not going to use the use effect to do this, to do the fetch. We'll have to do something else. Let me first, for now, let me just first get this. So you can go ahead and in the item list where we have the use effect, you can just simply get this const data is equal to this, and in this we can just remove this search. So you can just simply say where, and that's it. We simply remove that. And now if you just go back, the item we are getting here is of this item. Let's go back. The item here, I'm just going to remove this item. Okay, and then import the item. It's supposed to be, I guess, inventory item. Let's first check in the old one. If you just go here, this is item actually. Let me just say item, just here. So we can just like import this item from as if I imported that item. Okay, so the item is here. So we have the filters. These ones are inventories. So here's inventories. Like that. Okay. Then another thing is just going to actually remove this. Let's look at another thing that it has changed. Just created just like this. Okay. And then stock transfer dialog has changed. So in the stock transfer dialog, I'm just going to see what we can add here. So we still have the create transfer. So if you look at the this was the one which has the create transfer, which also changes. So I'm just going to go here and try to replace it. I'm just going to get the db.inventory. Okay, so we'll just walk through in it, but for now let's go back here in the dialog and let's go ahead and get the create. Okay. Okay, so let's see another thing that changed. We have the transfers page, which is view inventory, suspense, then there's a transfer list. Let me first copy this and let's go and we go to where we have the, so we have inventory, stock. So if you look at the sidebar of this, okay, I'm just going to add another one, which is going to be transfers. So let's just go here, page.tsx. Let's first add this. This one has also a lot of things. Transfer, then we have the badges. Let's first work on this, the format date. So let me just go to libs and we can just in the libs we can just get this format date. Okay, in the utils you can just add format date, go back to the page. So we'll first remove the auth, and whatever we just have this is because we want the user, choose get authenticated user, and we're just going to say if there is no user, and otherwise here we're just going to say user.org id. So there is this component, let me see, the transfer list. So there is this transfer list. So I'm just going to first create here components, and the first one is going to be, let me copy it, transfer list. So you can say transfer list.tsx, and let's make this export default async function, and then we just get the transfers. So I can just copy these transfers and go here. Let's first get the transfers. This thing. Okay, let's first get the transfers. Export async function, get transfers. Okay, so try catch, and here just going to get the transfers, return transfers, and here just going to say console.log error, and then just going to return transfers, return an empty array. So here we just need to pass in the org id, which is going to be a string. So we now get, we can just use now the get transfers in the transfer list here, like so. Await get transfers, and then here we pass the org id, like so. I'm just going to import the link and the button. Down here we have the transfer, and then we have the format date from libs, then we have the transfer badge. So you can just come here and let's remove the transfer list, and let me also just get the transfer badge, transfer list. So we can just add the transfer badge down here. Just get the badge. Okay, so within here we still have the transfer skeleton. So you transfer skeleton .tsx, let's do export default. So here export default function, and here we can just like get the skeleton. Then in the transfer here there is transfer badge status, I just want to so let's just say await here. Okay, so then down here we are going to have so in here it seems like there is no anything. So going back here, let's get the skeleton. So we can just remove all this, the ADB. Okay. So basically I think that's what it did. Let's see some things here. Just a second before we go to the transfers. Let's first go to these actions, and let me first remove this the auth. So wherever we have the session, so I'm just going to get it. I will get the user, I'm just going to say user is wait get authenticated user, and then here is if no user. So you can just copy these two lines. I can get the that. Next is here is going to be user ID. So then here we have the same thing, and then here we have the user.org, and then continuing here is also approved by. Then here we have the same thing, and then here is user. Okay, it seems everything to be okay. Going back here in the stock components, we still have some issues with the stock dialog. So in the stock dialog, what do we change? So now in the stock dialog component, it takes in the item and the locations. So if you look at the item, so we remove this. Okay, we remove that item from there. Now I'm just going to get the item. That's the item we are putting. Then we have dot here these inventories, return inventory, so these here. And then this inventory, let me see, this comes from I want to look at this item. So this one is the inventory item. Okay, it returns the promise of the inventory item. So okay, so let's just follow this, get this item, pass it in the dialog. So this one is the inventory item. Okay, these ones are inventories. Okay, so if we go back to the inventory list, let me just do this, refresh. We have two searches. That's weird. So inventory list. Okay, so there is still this search here. So this search should go away now, because it literally, this one, the app one, is not doing anything. Okay, so I don't know now if I say yeah, so this is working on the front end. So now what do I want to see? So let's say we clicked on this, we are on this day X. It has 64 items. 30 is on the down store, and then this one is on the main warehouse. So if we just go to transfer stock now, we still have the same thing. We select the from location, so you can see down store has 30 items, so you can move from down, and then to then you're like the online, which has 6, the quantity you want to move 10, and the notes you're like transferred transfer some items to online store. Okay, so before we check other things, I just want to create and see if this creates actually. Okay, so transfer created successfully, and you can see, by the way, reserved increases. I don't know, reserved for orders. I don't know, like the stock. Okay, the total stock increases. Let's see for this. Oh, so the down store, we took 10, so the I don't know, like this is like saying 20 is like 20 available right now, so you can see it goes down here. They were previous 30, 10 reserved. I remember we moved some to the online store. I don't know what happened. Something is not right. Let me just see what is happening. So when we transfer, let's go to transfer here, stock transfers, and we create a transfer, validate the input, just like check everything, item from location to location, quantity, and notes. Okay, so we start by check if there is enough available quantity. So source inventory is inventory find unique, where item location ID, organization. So this gives us the inventory, and we check if availability is source dot quantity minus source dot reserved quantity. So I need to have some reserved quantity. So I think this is what the logic is. If the available quantity is less than quantity, then also we return not enough available quantity. Generate the transfer number. So here we get a transfer number. So transfer is equal to create. So we create a transfer from location to location ID. Okay, status draft, and then we also create the line, include lines, and then reserve the quantity in the source location, or reserve the quantity in the source location. So here update and is then revalidate. So I think now this is why we have approve. So this function would be used approve the transfer. Okay, so now let's go to the transfers. You just go here and let's go to stock transfers. I don't know if I just like add them as stock transfers or transfers. So we have this transfer here, which is having like stock transfer, then this transfer date down from to items 1 draft view. So apparently the view is not there, which should be, I think, like a model pop-up or something, and it should be like to approve. So that it can just like move. Because if you look at the approve, it takes in the transfer ID only. So I just want to say that create the view detail for the stock transfer. The view detail for the stock transfer, where we can look at the details of the transfer can look at the details of the transfer, and also we can approve. We can look at the details of the transfer. Then transfer line items, transfer line items. Table, and also we can approve the transfer. We can approve the transfer. Let's see. I wish this had like the search, the stock transfers. Instead, it should also have like here the add. Let me first put this button for the view inventory. Where is the transfers page? So here is going to be dashboard, inventory, and then like stock, inventory, stock. Yes. So if you click on this, I'm just here. Okay, so if you view inventory, so we come to this. So I think on this inventory we should just like have the save button of transfer, transfer stock, like what you can do. You can transfer the bulk. Okay, instead here right now we're just like transferring only one. We are transferring only one item at a time, but we can also transfer like a list of items at the same time. So I think we should just like add that next. Let's first do this, and then after I'm just going to add the similar like the way we have this. Okay, and you have transfer stock. You can move this better like this. I think this is just like a good experience, because if you have so many that you're transferring, you don't have this where you can see this kind of stuff. Okay. Okay, so let's look at the transfer detail. Okay, so let's start with the loading. So in this transfer, is at the detailed page with ID, and then in here create loading .tsx, then page, .tsx, okay. So let me just look at what is happening in here. So definitely we don't need this auth. Then we have so many things we are doing here, but let's do one by one. So this basically just going to get the user, get authenticated user, and if there is no user, okay, so here we just first of all get the transfer. So we are first getting the transfer with all these things here. So let's get the transfer const this in this one. I'm just going to go down here and get transfer by ID, export async function, get transfer by ID, and just try catch. Just get the transfer and let's return the transfer. Here we're just going to console log the error, and then we're just going to return null. Now we just need to pass in here two things. We need ID string and org ID, which is also a string. So here we just leave ID, and then here I will only remove and leave also the org ID. So these we have now to create the types for this, but for now let's get transfer, and let's bring it where we have transfer. Get transfer, and we are passing in the ID. So first of all we have the params. So here the params here, let's first do the promise of this. So this is the actual types, and we can first get the ID. So const ID is await params.id, and we'll pass in ID here. So we could just get this just get the ID and the org, which is going to be user.org ID. Okay. So moving down, we also have calculate the aggregate. So this gets it from db.transfer. Okay, so let's get the total quantity also, and this one takes in the transfer ID. I'm just going to go and get it here. This one is get transfer total. So just create a simple function here. And we just duplicate this and just say get transfer total. So here total quantity, so this transfer total quantity maybe, so you return total quantity. Here you can just return 0. Okay, so I'm just going to go get this. What do I need? I need the transfer we need the transfer.id. So this is supposed to be the transfer ID. So it's passing here the transfer ID. Okay, so here you pass in the transfer ID. So let's get this, go back here and await. Get the transfer total, and this one we are passing in transfer dot ID. Okay, so moving down, if we just go back here, let's remove this. We have transfer actions lines. So let's first actually also remove this because we don't have them right now. Okay, so let's create some. We have transfer status timeline, which is the first one, transfer status timeline. So I'm just going to copy this. So in the components, transfer status timeline.tsx. So we have the timeline. If you just go back here, you can just import this. Okay, next is transfer actions. So another one is transfer actions. So just come here. I'm just going to copy here, transfer actions. Okay, which has like approve, transfer, and complete transfer. So here I just simply do this. User ID is going to be user here. Then we have transfer line table. We have transfer line table .tsx. I'm just going to remove this. So let's just get the transfer line table items. I'm just going to copy this and let's go to transfer. Just going to get another one here, export function, get transfer line table items. So I'm just going to come and get this, just return lines, and here I'm just going to return an empty array. So what do we need? We also actually need a transfer ID. We include items item. Okay, so going back here in the transfer line, we simply need to await. Can we just get that? Okay, I'm just going to first go back here. Just transfer ID. Okay, so let's just going to remove this. So go back here. Now let's go ahead and look at these actions. Okay, so we have approve, we have complete, and we have the cancel. Going back to the page, we have this transfer here. Okay, so here on the format total quantity dot sum dot quantity is just because the total quantity here the types, I think they are not propagating very well, because as you can see, they don't see this, does not exist on type 0. I think just because I returned back here this 0, let's just return null instead. So if you just go back, okay, so we can do if no quantity. So you can say if no total quantity. Okay, maybe we could just say return no item transferred, or not, just say return null, just to have the types happy here down. Okay, seems like everything now looks good. The only thing is to go back to this. The first of all is to check here, make sure everything is okay, and now we can just go to the transfer list, and on the items we work on this link. So this is going to be dashboard, so we are taking to inventory, dashboard inventory, dashboard inventory, then transfers, then transfer ID. I think that one is okay. Okay, this first go and see if this works. So if you just go back to the transfers, stock transfers, okay, and we have this. Okay, and also I think the view, so just also put the same link on the view. So the same link we added here should be the same link on the view. Okay. So if I click in this, it should take you into the detailed page. Okay, so transfer is in the draft. This is the transfer ID from down store to online store. Transfer details, the date, total items that were transferred, created by, and the date. Down here, it was created, approved, and now in transit and complete. So basically you can approve, and then we have more actions. You can cancel. This is good. So far this is good. I like this. There is only one thing that is remaining, is to create when you want to transfer really like bulk transfer. So right now you can just go ahead and approve the transfer. So you see, I want to approve this, mark this as, and transfer approved successfully. So we should just like see, so now you can see approved and it is in transit. So now you can mark this complete. Okay, this is good because the transfer doesn't just simply happen. Items can be in transit and then you can complete. I like this. Okay, the only thing that I just need to actually do is okay, so this on the detailed page, where we have this transfers, is we need to do dashboard, inventory transfers. Okay, otherwise I just like go back. Now this should just like go back, and status now is approved. What I just want to do is where you are able to add bulk, so you just go to view items. Okay, I want here to add where you can add the bulk, like you can do transfer many items at once from one location to another location. And I think we should do it similarly to the way we did if you want to do bulk transfer, we should do it the way we did for I'm just going to do an interface. Okay, I want the interface to be like the one of the purchase orders, whereby you can just like the way we create here, like the purchase order. I want the interface to be like this, where you can select the item and then you put from which to where. I'm just going to say that I need to create a page. I need to create a page where I can transfer many items at once. Okay, on the page we'll have like a table where you select the item, then select the from and the two locations, and then the quantities. Okay, and then the quantities, and then you can add in the table many items, and then I can submit to create the transfer. Okay, so I just want to create that page, and that should be the our last page, I believe. We are in 4 hours right now. So far not bad, like on the things that we have done. We did goods receipt, so we can receive goods. Okay, as you can see here, we can receive goods, and that is from the purchase orders to receiving the goods. And then after receiving them, they enter now inside the inventory, inside our system. Already we finished, I think, the suppliers, did we? I think we added the supplier thing, I don't know. Yeah, so suppliers are already done. So like the purchase flow now, we successfully created the whole purchase flow. Like we can make purchase orders, we can receive the items at that location, and then we now started the inventory flow. So in the inventory flow, we can look at the current stock, and then you can just look at the items that you have. Sony is 33 in stock if you don't have others out of stock, and then you can click on the item, and then this will display that item in details. Okay, so the only thing I want you just to know is we're just going to actually demonstrate that when you add the items, as you can see here, this is just like start with these AirPods. Okay, so if we just like we have, for instance, main house has 18. If we move, maybe let me just transfer some. This one has 18. I'm transferring something to from main house to dance store, and I want take 18. Transfer 8, not 18. I just want transfer 8. So transfer 8 airports to downtown. Okay, create transfer. Okay, so the transfer was created, and this adds 8 to be in the reserved. So if we go inside the stock transfers, we should have another transfer now. If we go and check on this transfer, uh, 8 items moved from location this to this. Since we are on the approved, let's approve 8. Okay, I'm just going to approve this. Okay, so after approving, you can see there is complete. So if I complete the transfer, want to know what happens. Okay, transfer completed. Okay, so the transfer was completed. As you can see here, what I would want to know is if I just go back here, I have this completed. So if I just go back, I just want to go back to the current stock. I want to look at the earpods. They are still 42, but I want to see the distribution now. So in the reserved, we have 0. If you check now, the down store has 20 items. Main house has 10. Okay, so this is good. So that, I think that's the purpose for reserving. When you put them, they put them in the reserve. So so that we just like be playing around with it as we are transferring all those processes. I think that's really cool. So the next thing that it has done, let's see, it put the transfer create page. I'm just going to get this page here now. So the transfers, I'm just going to add here a new folder for create, and then inside here I'm just going to create page .tsx, and let's add this. Okay, just going to continue. Then another one is components transfer batch, batch transfer form. So I'm just going to go in the components, transfer, just going to create transfer batch form .tsx. Okay, then another one is the inventory actions. So we have now this create transfer, which has also this here in the inventory actions. I'm just going to go to the inventory and just want to see if we have already create here. Okay, I'm just going to add this on top here. Okay, I'm just going to start with it. It seems like it added all the other ones that we have already done. Let me first remove them. So in this file, it just created inventory actions. We had already transfer in the stock transfer. We already had the create transfer. I don't want to remove this one of. Actually, it seems like I don't know what it has added, but it has validate, organization, source, then available quantity, generate the transfer, and then create a transfer and the transfer line. Reserve the quantity. So we already have this. Now, new function for batch transfers. Oh, okay, so we are adding this. The one for the function would be used to approve. Okay, so we are just adding this for the batch. In the transfers, we already have the create, which remains. We add the one for creating the batch. So let's go ahead and look through it. Basically, it takes in the line items plus the notes, use ID, and all that. So we are doing all the generate the transfer number, then group lines from two location pairs. Okay, then here source. Okay, this revalidate path will need yesterday to add them or to put them right. Then on the page, I just want to know what has changed on the page, but basically I think there is a nice create batch. If you just look at this before we put the list, so I want to go back to the before this they create. We had stock transfers h1, and then this other div. So I'm just going to copy this div. So after the h1, so after the h1 here, I'm just going to add this. In fact, let me first add this. So the link for view inventory, I'm just going to replace it here. First remove it here. So now we have the create batch, which takes to it should take to dashboard, inventory, inventory transfers, then create. Okay, just go to the create now. So on the page, create page, let's look at things. So we start by getting the locations. I think we already have a function which gets locations. Let's say get locations. Okay, let me first see this. Find many. It must be the one. Get locations. There is get location by ID, and then there is get locations. I'm just going to go with get locations. If I go to this get locations, I think that's the one. There is another one for get. If I just like use the one for await get location by ID, this one, what does this one do? Takes in, actually this gets one location, so we don't need that. Let's just use this one. And for that matter, we now need to find also the find items with inventory. So items, we already also have this await get. I'm just going to come here where we have with inventories, get items. I don't know, get items. Let me just look at this, get items. Okay, so this one doesn't include what we want. I'm just going to get let me see, items. Let's say inventory items. Let's first look at this. Yeah, so this one is good. The problem with this, it has select. So let me basically do I'm just going to go and say get items with inventory, get items with inventories. So here we just simply say include inventories, just true, just like that. Okay, let's just go back here. So here we just need to pass in the user organization ID, which I'm just going to say get authenticated user, and then here we can pass in user.org ID. So here we are passing in a user ID and organization ID, and we are passing in the items. So if I just go back to the items we have here, the return for this, yeah, it should be just like item. The only thing is just I'm just going to comment this, and I'm just going to simply get, because this is the just going to pass this, I think, as the Prisma inventory. I guess. So going back this side, in the page, so get the items, then pass the items in the form. So we have batch, we have to connect the form. So it is the form. So the form takes the items. I'm still on the on this page. Okay, let's go to the form. The only thing I have to get is that this item is not this one. Okay, is not this one, so I need to define the item here. It's going to say item from the inventory here. Const item dot inventories. So these ones are inventories. Same thing here, inventories. Okay. Let's first go in here. So we are having any UUID. I don't know what is this going to do. Let's first see what it's doing. Okay, it's saying that is first initializing it there. Add line, just like trying to add some ID. Okay, so yes, add UU. I don't know why, but let's say add UU ID npm. Okay, UU ID. So we can just say pn pm. Okay, I don't know why I didn't use just like any simpler ID. Okay, let's just look at this create batch transfer. Let's look at the batch transfer here. Okay. I'm just going to route to dashboard. Inventory transfers. Okay, so let's look at this page, how it looks like. On the on this, and where we have current stock, where we have the transfers. Okay, so we can create the batch. Can create the batch. Just a second. Okay, so we have the form, create the batch transfer. You can select the item. So I think at this point we need to use the other selector with a search. I'm just going to do that one later. So basically you can do Samsung Galaxy and then you put the source. The good thing, it is still showing this. Then you select the destination and then you put the max. As you can see, the max is 44. The one you can transfer, because this warehouse has 44 items. That's the maximum you can transfer. So basically I just want to try and see what is going to happen. So the main house, I'm just going to transfer to the downtown store. I will transfer 4 items. For this one, I will add another item. Select. So let's first choose change this select. There is one select component we used on I don't know, we used it on the purchase order. Let me first see. I don't know if we just used it on the purchase order. New page, purchase order form. There is this thing we used. Okay. The options, item options. I just want to look at the if it is the one with the search. Let me just remember very well. Supplier, yeah. So we have this searchable select that we have. It takes in the so it just like goes similarly the way we have it. Let me just look at for the one for the item. I think the item is supposed to be the first. Have the PO, order date, supplier, searchable select. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and just like get this form filled, and then I just going to copy this we'll go back to the to the transfer batch form. So it has a form basically with a table, and then in this table is where we have select. So we have this select, we have the items. So I would want here where we have this, I'm just going to add this form field. Okay, first of all, form field with searchable. So just do this searchable select. So we need to create the options. Okay, so let's just go and see purchase order form, go back, supplier options. So you simply have to map and create this sort of value and label. So let's just go back here. So I will simply do here, and this one's going to be item options. This should be like items. Do we have items? Dot item, and then here just going to have just item, and then down here we have like item options, the value. So this item, by the way. Now for this case, it should just have the same name. Oh, it seems like these lines, the name, the lines dot index dot item id as the name. Here we have the form field, it has a name, and then the render of the form item. You can see here the ID and the value. I'm just going to copy this. Search or select item. No items found. So this one still has a problem. Feed dot value. The name here in the form field is, I could just copy the same name here, and then let's add the name here. Okay, and then here everything looks like looks like it's working. Then for message, I don't know. I'm just going to comment this. So while we have these item options, if I wanted, I could just do something like this dollar, and then you could just like add this again, item dot sku, like this. This is the label. So if we now we have a search, however much the search is very much up. I don't know how the styling are, but it has a good scroll here. I don't know why, but you still have the problem. It has this item, so we don't need in this case we don't need the label. So this label, we can just like remove it. Okay, so it can now be in the same direction like this one. So if you select this, and now you can now add. Okay, just like try to add so that we see. So this one has main warehouse has 39, this one has 14, this one has 12. So let's just add 6 items on this. Let's select main warehouse, destination to be downtown, and downtown had 14, so let's add 6 here, not 16 but 6, and let's add another item. So now we can search MacBook. This one has main warehouse has. So let's transfer from the online store to the demo location. Let's transfer only 4 items. Let me create another one more. I'm just going to transfer this Samsung Galaxy, and I'm just going to say that source main to down. Let's transfer 4 items. So we have for this. Let's add the notes. I have transferred 3 items to different locations. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create the transfer and see what's going to happen. Okay, so batch transfer created, and we just come this side. We have this transaction. So you can see it actually went ahead and created them. It created them independently. You can see from online store to demo location 1 item, from main warehouse to down store two items. So it just like packages them in terms of like from which location to which location. So if we just went to view this one, so we have the draft from this location to this location, total items. So if you just come back here, we have this one for, and then this one, we have this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and approve this. Okay, and then we can now also complete it. Let's just like wait. Now we can also complete this. Okay, so if we complete, okay, so transfer completed. Okay, so is complete. That means the items, they must have moved, and you can see the good thing with the dates. If we go back to the transaction, so to see that this is has worked for these two complete items, you can just go ahead and view the inventory. So I don't know which we transferred. We need just to know the place. Of which items that we transferred. Let me just go back to the, I want to confirm the what did we transfer exactly. So you just go back to this place. So if you look at LG LG EDC2, we transferred 6 items. So I'm just going to look for this this one. Okay, then we have also Samsung Galaxy S23. So I'm just going to go back to the current stock. Let's just like search. So Samsung S23. So you can see now this one has 4. This one had 44 main house, and now it is having, this one had 10. So you can see 4 was added nicely. So I think that's really nice now with the transfers. Okay, we have done the transfers. They are now working nicely, and there is no error right now. I believe that we can push this online. So I'm just going to stop here for this episode. We're going to resume in the next episode to see how we are. This is like the I think the third last. So this is episode 8. We still have 9 and 10. I'm just going to make sure. So in the next episode, we'll have to work on the sales and everything, where we have to do sales orders, and then we still have adjustments. Okay, we still have adjustments somewhere. Where are adjustments? Yeah, so we still have the stock adjustments, like for those returns and others. But so far so good. We have most of the things done. Purchase orders is complete, and Of course, the API keys and everything is also working. So thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.